and it is 6:30. This is the Town of Groton Town Council Committee of the Whole regular meeting. Let's see, roll call. All councilors are present, so we were at 9 councilors. Calendar and communications. Councilor Baumgartner.
No report.
Councilor Parker.
No report.
Councilor Franco.
I had conversations with some citizens regarding the Mystic Education Center over the past week, and that's it for my report. And I also received emails regarding sustainability position, as well as toured with most all of the counselors the coastal access down in downtown Mystic with the town manager, economic planning director, John Reiner, and Deb Jones. And that was educational to see the signage as well as the where the actual footprint is for the trail and with the upcoming proposals on their way for signage. Thank you.
Councilor Heed.
Yes, thank you. I received a few communications regarding polystyrene ordinance at the state level and a few other things, including, well, just communications. We'll just leave it at that. So I have no other report.
Thank you. Councilor Aubry.
I think probably the thing I want to mention is may already be out there, but we did have a walk on Saturday to go down and really see where we have access to the water and where we do not. It was a absolutely beautiful day. It was nice to actually be able to see everybody up live and alive. And I think it explained a lot of things, and it'll make it a little easier for us to work on that project. Other than that, it's just a busy market. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon, thank you.
Thank you. As already stated, also went on the walk, sent some of the same emails that Councilor Franco had mentioned. That's about it. Thanks.
You're welcome. Councilor Melendez.
Nothing to report.
Councilor Zepari.
I'd like to report on the meeting of the ad hoc committee appointed by this council at the last, I believe it was the last committee of the whole meeting. It was the ad hoc committee to look into development of tax relief for senior citizens and for totally disabled persons. The committee met on Sunday morning. There were very healthy and feisty discussions. There was one photograph I wanted to send you of those feisty discussions, but I had trouble getting it off my camera and onto the computer. You will get it yet. But in any case, Leanne and I met as representatives of that committee, and we have filed the minutes of that meeting with every one of you in your email as of today. We recommend proceeding to develop tax relief for seniors and for disabled persons. We have outlined a program to initiate that, beginning first with the council's appointment of a 5-member finance committee to explore the impact of tax reductions for this group on revenues for the town. After that, the outline of proceedings is taken almost word from the statute, Connecticut General Statutes. I think it's 12-129N. And I'm hoping that the council will proceed with the recommendations of the committee. The other thing I wanted to talk about is to talk about the COVID pandemic. We have the opportunity to get vaccinated, And everyone, I'm speaking as a physician and as a counselor, everyone should take advantage of the vaccination program. Insofar as the activities of this council are concerned, the COVID pandemic is worse now than it was when we considered the budget 1 year ago. There are 50% higher incidents of new cases currently as compared to the peak of the first wave that we went through 1 year ago. 1 year ago, we thought, in view of the pandemic, we should be careful about our budget, and we did trim the budget. Going into budget season now, I think the same exigency exists, the same urgency to curtail our spending and to keep expenses down, because there's so many people who have been sick, and there are so many people who still are out of work as a result of this pandemic, that paying more in town taxes is extremely difficult for them. And I think it is incumbent upon us to make every effort to keep from raising those taxes this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Zepari. This week, or last week rather, the 15th, I attended the monthly meeting of the Groton Sail Foundation. Admiral Paget reported on progress between the Navy, EB, and Mr. Legnos' group to further progress the movement of the sail and the rehabilitation of the sail. Chad Frost will be working on more detailed plans for the site. Admiral Paget is reaching out, trying to find former sailors that actually sailed on the USS Groton. And former Mayor Galbraith knows of some people personally, but if there's anybody out there who was a sailor on the USS Groton submarine, please get in touch and we can put you into contact with Admiral Paget. In addition, they are moving forward with fundraising and publicity efforts towards a fundraising. They're going to be hiring a firm to help them with that. And I'm sure that they will be looking for pledges soon. And the next big event in their timeline is another meeting with EB to see what they can do as far as getting that sail over to LBI for work. All right, I attended the Coastal Access Walk and received the same communications that the others received, many of them in support of the position, the resilience position. So we will keep that in mind. Mr. Burt, do you have communication, sir?
Nothing tonight.
Thank you. We are on to item 4, 2021-202, March 9th, 2020 minutes. Councilor Baumgartner, would you move acceptance of the minutes, please, sir?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the committee of the whole meeting minutes of March 9th, 2021. So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Baumgartner and seconded by Overy. Any discussion on the minutes of the Tuesday, March 9th COW? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you. We are on to item 5, new business, and 5A is 2021-190, approving amount of bonds to be issued in FYE 2021. And this was on page 10. The intro was on page 10. The motion itself is on page 11. And I believe we are on Councilor Parker, please.
Oops, give me 1 second. Make motion to recommend a resolution to approve the amount of bonds to be issued in FYE 2021. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Parker and seconded by Zepari. And I believe Ms. Landry, Finance Director, is with us this evening. If you'd like to have the floor.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm here to, we have a bond sale plan for April for two projects, the Groton 2020 plan, as well as the water pollution control improvements to the pump stations. So I'll start with the school district, the school plan. As you know, in November 2016, the voters passed a referendum for Ordinance 284 that was later amended by Ordinance 291, appropriating $184,500,000 for this project. We have gone to market twice. This will be our third issue. I have some attachments there that hopefully they came through on your packet. And if you look at Section A, it just gives you a recap of what the original referendum was. We have issued bonds, two bond issues, 20 million each for a total of 40 million. We are looking to issue 18 million in this, which will leave us a balance of 58 million to be bonded at a later date. If you go on to Schedule B, this will give you the impact, the estimated mill rate for this $18 million, and also the impact on a home based on a $100,000 assessment. Continuing on to Section C. This is a comparison to the statutory debt limit as set by the state and comparing it to the town of Groton's own policy. And you will see that under per the state of Connecticut, our debt limit is the $725 million, and we are currently at 17%, whereas the town's policy says that it has to be no more than 50%, which would be at $362 million, and we are at 34% of that. And Schedule D just shows you what the current outstanding bonds are, and then what is the proposed bonding, which is both for the school and the Water Pollution Control Authority. And the final page just gives you a colorful graph of the existing bond and the proposed bonds. So if you don't have any questions on the school, I'll go on to the water pollution control bonds.
Does the council have questions on the school bonds?
Yes.
Okay, we have Councilor Franco and Zepari with questions on the school bonds.
So in Section A on page 12, are you saying that we have 40 previously issued, 18 to bond this time, and 58 to bond still?
Yes. The town, the total was 184 million, and the net cost of the town was to be 84 million.
Okay, so the net cost is 84 million.
Right, and that was what the original referendum said, and that was the estimates based on the anticipated grants from the state. Of course, the final bond issue will be once the projects are both completed, which is anticipated, I believe, by the early summer.
Okay, so we previously issued 40 plus 18 this time. That's 58, and then we still have 58 more to go.
No, I'm sorry. The 58 is the issued and to be issued. Correct. We've issued the 40. We're going to issue another 18, would be 58. Excuse me. Yes, 58. And our total, we'll issue no more. 84 is all the total that we are expected to issue.
All right, because the Section 7 states remaining authorization available is 126.
That's because it's based on the $184 million total referendum amount. The total that was authorized. We have to authorize the full amount of the project, but the town would only bond its necessary cost.
So from the 84, if after this year with the 58, the remaining will be 26, basically.
Right. Yes, correct. Sorry.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was clear on this because it looks a little confusing on the spreadsheet. I just wanted to make sure it's clear.
I'll make that clearer next time.
That's okay. I can, we can ask the questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Zepari?
The middle school project was completed at $6 million under budget. We spent about $850 million of that at a prior meeting when we decided to put lights on some of the ball fields. Is there any reason why we can't use the $5,120,000 that is left over from the school construction to reduce our bonding for this year for the schools?
No, the project was approved as a total. Until the two middle schools are finished, then we would know what our total bonding cost for the project as a whole. So we couldn't really, because the final expenditures on the school, on the consolidated middle school, have not all been paid. So we don't know, although we know with the estimate that is coming in under budget, the expenses for that are still to be paid.
When we voted to spend $800 and some thousand, we were told quite definitely it was $6 million under budget.
Mm-hmm.
And now we don't really know that it's $6 million under budget?
No, that's not what I'm saying, but I'm saying that $6 million would come on, if it's under budget, we would only bond the amount that we need for the consolidated middle school. But we don't know what the final cost is going to be for the two new elementary schools.
But since we have $6 million more than we thought we would have, wouldn't it, or $5,120,000 more than we thought we have, wouldn't it be reasonable to reduce our borrowing for that by that amount of money?
No, not at this time, because we don't know if we were to reduce this and then possibly have to increase the bonding next year as the middle schools are finished. When the referendum was put together, we had planned a five bonds and 5 note issues. And comparing to what was put together at 16, we're really on target with our bond costs. If we were to have, when we get the final total for the entire project, we may have that final issue would be reduced by any funds that remained unexpended.
Well, I won't say much more about it after this, but it just seems to make sense to me that we would lessen the burden on the taxpayer if we use the money that's left over for one project to finance the next stages. But if that can't be done, I will desist at this point, Cindy, but I kind of think that we're saying we're on target. We came in better than target, and the taxpayer should benefit from that. It shouldn't be money that sits around waiting for somebody to find some boondoggle, not a boondoggle, but some little thing that they want to, or some $5 million thing that they say, oh, we've got all this found money, let's spend it on that. Let's do the project that we have. I can see that Patrice is getting a little nudgy, and so I will silence.
It's just, I think I understand where you're coming from, but I also think I understand what Director Landry is trying to say. And Director Landry, correct me if I'm wrong. The bonding we're doing is for the middle school and the 2 elementary schools.
That's correct. What we look at, we look at the cash flows of what we have spent to date and what we estimate to spend in the next year. And we also have to bear in mind that the state doesn't, they're withholding 11% of our state grants. So we don't get the cash from the state all up front. So that's a considerable amount of money there. But you are correct. We are bonding for all 3 schools at this point.
Right. So then we haven't had any savings yet because we don't know the whole total, right? So we may end up having that savings, but we have to wait and see what happens with the construction of the 2 other schools in order to get to the final total that we will be bonding.
That's correct.
We already spent over 15% of that savings that we haven't had yet. So at any rate, let's move on.
Okay, are there other questions on the school bond? Now, I'm not sure. Okay, Councilor Bordelon. I'm not able to lower hands for this meeting, guys. I'm sorry. Give me one second. Are you hearing that?
That's me. I'm sorry. That's me.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. That's me. I'll figure out how to get it off.
Just if you mute, probably that would take care of it. But I can't lower hands, so I can't tell if they're second-time hands or first-time hands. So bear with me because I'll probably have to ask you. So Councilor Bordelon?
Yes, thanks. No, I can agree with Councilor Zapiri that, it would seem, couldn't we take a fraction of that money and put it towards so that we still leave a positive amount going forward? I think it just makes you fiscally responsible to make sure that you are trying to stay on target. and not looking for other ways to enhance or improve in areas in which aren't really necessary and to produce a possible savings. So is it actually, do we actually have to let all that funding go, or could a part of that ease the burden and maybe only take a half of that forward towards middle school? That's my question.
This is John. Like was said before, it's really for all three schools. You won't know what the final amounts are till the end. The others could come over budget and you could need this money. It's the final bond issuance where you'll reduce the amount. It's all up to the council if you want to do anything with any leftover money. And assuming you don't, all remaining money, City corrects me if I'm wrong, but we just wouldn't bond in the final one for whatever's unspent.
Right, that's correct. When the projects are all done and all the expenses are known, then we would look at the expenses and any revenue that we would have, any interest income, any premiums on the bonds, and the state revenue, and we come down to a bottom line that the town needs to bond for our share of the project.
And these bonds have to be done today to make our timeline, to make our payments. Is that correct, Cindy?
Yes, that's correct.
So we can't change this one.
So my question again, I guess, is if it was the will, could part of the money be put back forward and not used? That's my question.
I don't understand when you mean put back forward and not
So
used.
if there's a positive revenues, I don't have the number exactly, like 5 million or whatever, and we had 6 and we used 800 and something. So there's a positive. Let's say we wanted to take 2 and move it forward and not use it as a carryover to actually decrease the number. Is that possible, or that's not an option?
That'll all be on the final one. You still have to see where the other two schools come out at. I mean, it's off to the side, unless something happens with other schools, they'll go away. It'll be reduced anyways, but.
So the reduce will happen at the end.
Correct.
And there's no benefit to doing it before that.
You could run into trouble. Let's say you go over budget on the others. You definitely have to issue all the bonds up to that point. You could just, it is set aside until it's needed.
I guess I'm.
In theory, because we're really only bonding for our needs.
Right. So we could, if we chose to push money forward, you're not saying we should, but we could.
You can't reduce this bond, but I mean, you could, I don't see I guess I'm not seeing where you're getting at ultimately. I mean, that money's unspent. It really has nothing to do with the bonds per se, because we're just moving forward with having money on hand to make payments generally. That other money isn't designated to be spent at this point. It's hanging out there. But if we run into trouble with the other ones, that's where it would get tapped into and on paper be used then. But it all comes down to the final bond issuance. That's where anything will be reduced, will be the final bond.
So I guess for me, if I was looking at, let's just take $100, something very simple, and I came under budget and I only spent $50 and I have another $50 left over, I might say then, you know what, I'll keep 25 as a cushion to plan for the next thing, but that other $25 will not be spent. Can we earmark it in a way to make sure? I think it can become fiscally irresponsible if we leave money and just have this positive money sitting around and cushioning it versus actually trying to stay within the budget and actually benefit from the positive revenues so at the end, the bottom number is decreased.
I think that's exactly what's happening. The permanent school board will try their best, and they did a great job on the first school. We have every hope that the same thing will happen to the other two schools. So they would only tap it if they absolutely had to. They're not going to go on a spending spree. They'll be as fiscally responsible as they were on the first building, and so we just won't know until we get towards the end of those two. And so far, they are on track, though.
So would this come back before the council before we tapped into that other 6, that remaining 5 and change?
Well, only if it's left over. If it's needed for the other two projects, no, it's not up to the council. It's up to the permanent school building committee.
Can I just add something here? Excuse me. I don't want people to think that we had a project, the middle school was supposed to come in at a dollar amount, and it looks like the expenditures are under, but it's not that we have that cash sitting aside like we've already bonded for it. I don't want people to think that this is just money that we could use. It's just because we estimated the project was going to cost X. We actually now think it's going to cost why? So it's not like we've over bonded for this project yet.
Right. I guess my question is just, I think it's important, I think, to have some oversight of the positive money. And it would be great and helpful if we can't make a decision as a council on it, that you just do report as the project moves forward and years to the end. If it looks like we're going to start to tap into that, is that possible to report back on that?
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the reports, and Greg and Rick will let me know if anything starts looking over, but I'm not anticipating that at all.
Okay, perfect. So that would be
Yeah.
great just to keep us in the loop on if we start to go over to tap into the excess from the middle school. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Counselor Heed has his hand up.
Yes, I just took it down. So if Ms. Landry, if you go to page 15, I'm in support of this bond, obviously, but I just want to ask a couple of questions. This year, it says over on the right column, our annual change in debt service is increasing 1.4 million. And, obviously that's additional debt that's been coming in, right? But then over the years after that, it starts dropping. So what happens in 27 and 28 where it drops like $1 million and $1,571,000? What bonds are we paying off at that point?
That's exactly what it is. It is bonds that are being paid off. And let me just check to see if I brought that detail with me. Bear with me for a minute.
Yeah. If not, you can just let me know later. It would be good to know.
Yeah, I do think that might be a question about that big drop, but I honestly, one more minute. I apologize. I do not think I have that with me, but I know that we have some, I believe it's 2 older school issues that are coming off in those years. But I will get that information and get that to all of you tomorrow. What is dropping off in those 2 years?
All right. Thank you. That's all.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Counselor Franco, is your hand up again or is that left from the first time?
No, it's up again. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody else want to speak before we go for a second time? All right, go ahead, Counselor Franco.
Thank you. On page 14, in the section that says current and proposed bonds, there are some in here that would say general purpose 2018, no. Yeah, like school purpose 2013 refunding. Can you explain what the refunding is?
Yes, do you remember last year we had some bonds? When we issue bonds, they come in at a certain coupon rate. And as time goes on, there's a timeline in there that we reserve the opportunity if rates were to decline. It's like refinancing your mortgage. So we reissued the bonds, we refunded the existing bonds and issued new bonds at a lower rate. And that was, we also did that last year.
Okay, so refunding doesn't mean it's actually a negative, like becoming a negative number.
No, it's just that we have refinanced them at a lower interest rate. So our long-term costs our interest rate is lower. The long-term cost on the bonds is reduced to the town.
All right, thank you. And I also agree that the financing of the bonds at the end is where you would tally it up and have your final number, and that's where you would reduce your bonding if necessary. You wouldn't do that in the midst when you don't know what the future holds. And it's not like we have this $6 million sitting there. That would be at the end where you'd say, all right, we don't need to bond for that $6 million. So I completely get what you're saying. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Director Landry, if you'd like to take us through the pump station bonding money, please.
Sure. Back in November 15, the voters passed a referendum for ordinance 283 that appropriated $8.2 million for renovations to the pump station and rehab of Fishtown Road pump station. That project, last year we issued notes for this project, so now it is complete and we're ready to issue long-term bonds for this. And although the ordinance was for a total of 8.23, this project did come under budget, and we will only be asking the council to approve $7,045,000 in bonds for this project. The rest of it will not be bonded.
Thank you. So that's a good example of what happens at the end of a project then.
Exactly.
All right.
So the sections A, B, C, and D are the same. They just reference the sewer bonds instead of school bonds, but it's the same information.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Councilor Franco.
Thank you. So when I'm looking at page 21 of the draft, and it'll be becoming, I guess, between 2030 and 2031, the amount bonded will drop pretty drastically. So will that entail them having, unless they bond more, will that entail basically the sewer rates going down?
These bonds are funded by the sewer district tax.
Mhm.
And so what you see coming off in 2030 is the Clean Water Fund that was taken out. It's a loan we had from the state Clean Water Fund loan that will be paid off in 2030. And then what will be remaining is just these bonds that are being authorized tonight, unless we were to have another referendum and additional sewer bonds in the future.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. I see no other hands. So we will vote on 2021-190, approving amount of bonds to be issued in FYE 2021. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously with 9 counselors. And at this point, it is 7:02. We're going to recess the COW to convene our special town council meeting. So at 7:02, we are going to recess COW. Don't go anywhere. All right, so the COW is now recessed. And I will call to order let me just take a look and make sure I'm doing the right thing. Okay, the Tuesday, March 23rd special town council meeting. It is 7:03. All counselors are present. We have 9 counselors. And the new business is 2021-191, approving amount of bonds to be issued in FYE 2021. Councilor Franco.
I'll be back.
Excuse me?
I've got to leave for a moment. I'm having a terrible time with my computer. I'll be back.
Okay, so we are down, I changed that. We are down to 8 counselors for this item. She may be back though before we vote, so I will take a note of that. It is 7:03. All right, Councilor Franco, please.
Resolution approving the amount of general obligation bonds and general obligation bond anticipation notes to be sold. Whereas the town of Groton authorizes $8,230,000 sewer bonds for improvements to the water pollution control facility pursuant to ordinance number 283, and whereas ordinance number 283 authorizes the town council to determine the amount of bonds to be sold, therefore be it resolved that $7,045,000 general bonds and general obligation sewer bonds be sold pursuant to said ordinance. Whereas the town of Groton authorizes $184,500,000 school bonds for the Groton 2020 plan pursuant to ordinance number 284 as amended by ordinance number 291, and whereas ordinance number 284 is amended by ordinance 291, authorizes the town manager and the finance director to determine the amount of bonds to be sold, therefore be resolved that $18 million general obligation bonds and $38 million in general obligation bonds anticipation notes to be sold pursuant to said ordinance. I so move.
Second, Heed.
Okay, moved by Franco and seconded by Heed. And these are the items that we just discussed in the COW. Okay, and we're still at 8 counselors. So we're at 8 counselors. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously with 8 counselors. And at this, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the special council meeting, please.
So moved.
Moved by Heath, sir.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Heath and seconded by Franco to adjourn the special council meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we are adjourned with 8 counselors as Counselor Aubry had to leave, and it is currently 7:06. So the special town council meeting is set. So we will now reconvene the committee of the whole, and it is 7:06. And we are back with the next item on the agenda, which is 5B 2020-693 Groton Heights property. And this was on page 22 in your packet. And we are on Counselor Heed, please. The motion carried forward to page 23. The intro was on 22.
Right. I'll make a motion to recommend a resolution to authorize the sale of this property and to refer and recommend the sale of the former Groton Heights School to the RTM for consideration. I so move.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Heed and seconded by Parker. All right. And let's see. Mr. Bronk, are you here to discuss this particular item?
John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development Services, is here, as is Paige Bronk, our Economic and Community Development Manager. So I'll try to be brief on this because I know we have a number of items on the agenda. So with each of our excess properties, we go through a process where we have to hold a public hearing, which for this property, we held a public hearing back in December. There was an 824 referral before our Planning Commission, as well as as everybody knows, we went through the RFP process. We are still working with Thayer Mahan, the preferred developer on this property, but to kind of move things along a little bit, and we're still working on an option agreement with them. At this point in time, we've done an appraisal. We've posted that on the town's webpage. We thought that it would be a good time to move this along just on the actual question of, does the town want to dispose of this property? And then once the town council has approved of that and the RTM has approved of that, then the option agreement would still be brought back before the town council. Happy to answer any questions. So tonight we're looking to just move kind of the question of, does the town want to sell this property? And if so, then let's refer that to the RTM and then kind of finish up the next steps later.
Right. So this is a formal process we have to take that really doesn't have anything to do with the project per se, but just to have the town sell the property to anybody at this point.
Exactly.
Very good. Counselor Heed.
Yeah, 2 things. First of all, congratulations to the economic development team for bringing this forward, because we're not selling this to just anybody. You all did a lot of work to find somebody who would take the property and redevelop it in such a way that we've got some great jobs coming forward with this, and it's going to be an enhancement to our town. So thank you very much for that. I just wanted to give you a nice shout out. And then the second thing is, I just wanted to follow up on that parcel, the parcel A and parcel B, if those were swapped out with the library, or if you have any information on that.
So that is still in process. That's something that is, the town is working with Thayer Mahan and the library board together. But I think this is kind of step one, and that is something that Thayer Mahan and the library board are certainly in some conversations regarding, but I know we wanted to move this step forward. So that's still part of the plan, I guess, is the short answer.
Okay, great. I should probably give full disclosure that I'm also on the library board, and they would want me to ask that question, I'm sure. So.
All right, very good. Counselor Franco.
Thank you. So it has been a while since we did this letter of intent. It was back in July of 2019. So I just wanted to go over a few things because it has, I know there are sometimes timelines involved in things. So I would like to go to page 26 of our packet. It's section 2.10, and there's a reverter clause in there. And so it says here, the title will revert, the reverter clause would be extinguished after Thayer Mahan received all requisite project approvals and a building permit for construction of the project. And then it goes on also on page 28, and that is section 6.1, which is a termination clause, which is 150 days expiration of the letter of intent, unless there's any negotiations. But then there's section 7.7 on the next on page 30, which is the, I don't even know how to say it, but the force majeure, I guess. And that also says none of these would be in breach if there was like such thing as surprisingly from 2019, there's an epidemic or a quarantine requirement. So my question is, are we still in a right timeline, and are some of these things maybe waived a bit because of situations due to COVID? And is that why it might be, you know, the letter of intent was in July of 2019, and we're now in 2021?
I'm going to try to respond to that. I believe that the letter of intent was provided for background information. Clearly, a lot has happened since then and now. Number one, Thayer Mahan has been expanding and growing significantly with a number of hires. Number two was the pandemic for much of 2020 till now. So the letter of intent, not exactly pertinent to making the decision tonight to simply dispose of the property generically, but it provided some backdrop. I will say, moving forward, the letter of intent isn't as relevant as the option agreement that will be provided to the council. The option agreement will actually be the document that really binds the town and the developer together, and that is forthcoming to the council.
Thank you. And also on, I believe it's section 3.4 is the State Economic Commission Development Funds. Have they received any, or have they applied for them?
Yes, we applied for roughly 150,000. I think that's what was referenced in the letter of intent. We went back and actually had them increase that number as well.
All right, good to know. Thank you very much. So basically the letter of intent is not in any type of breach because of all the COVID issues is what you're saying. So we don't have to update this at all. It can go forward to the RTM as such.
That's correct. The letter of intent is background information alone. It's not necessarily relevant to advancing this to the RTM because the option agreement that will be coming forward to you actually will be the legal document that has the most significance.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Councillor Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to voice my support for the resolution before us. Since Thayer Mahan came into Groton, what was once a very small startup composed of just a few, a few employees has, skyrocketed to a company that hires, dozens of employees, not just here, but have deployed folks abroad, working on, really innovative solutions with respect to maritime surveillance and security systems. And, what we've seen, especially with the exponential growth at Electric Boat, is that a lot of suppliers and startups, that are part of the sort of defense sector are setting up shop here or looking to. And hats off to both Paige and John for cultivating relationships with these entrepreneurs and businesses, and making the case that Groton is the place that they ought to do business. And so obviously they've had a footprint here in the town already, and it's very exciting to see that they'll be expanding to the city. This has been a work in progress, and certainly COVID was no help, but you've pulled it off. Just a quick question. I understand that Thayer Mahan wanted to leverage or utilize historic tax credits as part of their investment in the Groton Heights site. Is that still on the table? And is there anything that the town or the city can do to ensure, to be helpful in that effort when they make their or submit their applications to state or federal parties?
Thank you. We were willing to try to assist in any way possible. I believe the intent was to help them with the Economic Assistance Fund dealing with some infrastructure improvements. And that will be included as well in the option agreement. So I don't believe that we were discussing tax incentives at this point.
And if there's any assistance that we have to provide them, or letters of support or something like that, dealing with the state historic tax credits, we'd certainly work with the council and others on that if there's any assistance needed.
And the funds that the town received from DECD for site remediation, have those funds been passed off to Thayer Mahan yet, or does that happen only after the agreement goes into effect?
Those funds are they're secured. I think it's fair to say that they're in a holding pattern. The state often prefers to have a two-party agreement, being the state offers the grant funding and the municipality expends upon that grant funding. We preferred to have more of a three-party agreement where the developer is the entity that does the remediation on the property. The state's aware that we're in a holding pattern. So we'll deal with that as we move forward with the option agreement.
And just one last thing on the topic of the infrastructure reimbursement. I think we should note that any form of reimbursement comes only after the construction is complete, or the renovation is complete. So it's not money that we put up front. Hey, here's $100,000 for up to $100,000 for infrastructure improvement. We only reimburse after that construction takes place. If that, correct me if I'm wrong, Paige.
That is absolutely correct. That is explicitly clear in the Economic Assistance Fund guidelines, and that is how we operate. The expenditure occurs first. Documentation is provided to the town to satisfy our requirements, and at that point is when we will reimburse the developer for the approved expenses.
Excellent. Thank you both again.
Okay, seeing no other hands, we will vote on 2020-693 Groton Heights property. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously, and we are still at 8 counselors. Thank you. We're on to item 5C, and this is the 2021-177 Neighborhood Assistance Act. And this is going to go to Councilor Bordelon, I believe, because Councilor Obrey hasn't made it back in. She's still having her computer issues. So this is page 38 is where the motion is, Councilor Bordelon.
Just 1 second, I'm reading came from. Motion to recommend a resolution to schedule a public hearing on May 4th, 2021, and approve the proposal for each of the outlined projects under the 2021 Connecticut Neighborhood Assistance Act. I so move.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Bordelon and seconded by Franco. And we have Ms. Harkin here this evening to review this.
I'm just going to, I think, do a real simple introduction. But Tabitha Harkin will actually do the presentation. I think the town council is aware of this program. We visit the council annually. It's a state program. The town is somewhat of an intermediary in doing some due diligence on behalf of the state. There is no cost to Groton. Basically, it's a state tax credit program working with the corporate business tax. So at this point, I will hand it over to Tabitha to talk about the submittals that we've received this year and the program moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. My name is Tabitha Harkin. I'm the Neighborhood and Community Planner with the Office of Planning and Developmental Services. So what you have is a summary of our 4 applications from this year. As Paige outlined, this is a program where tax exempt entities and municipal agencies can obtain benefits under the Neighborhood Assistance Act if they complete this form, and we have 4 of those applications. So the town then completes the part 4 of the form, and we submit that to the Department of Revenue Services on or before July 1st of each year. So prior to submitting that form, we have to have a public hearing, and that is what I'm before you with tonight. So any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you both very much. We've done these in the past, as Mr. Bronk has said. So does anyone have questions about anything here? Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. Can you just, just for the public to hear how one can apply for these and when the deadlines are and how they're chosen? Maybe that's my first question.
Anyone can apply, any of these any nonprofit agencies can apply to this. There's a cap of $150,000. They would apply with what happens is the Department of Revenue Services releases a new form every year. This year they released it on February 25th. And then what we do is we notify a mailing list of folks that the form is out. Otherwise, people just know to look for the form every year. And then they file it through the town because we have to be the shepherds of that form, as I said, before it goes to the department.
So does this form or notification go to all the nonprofits in the town or just the ones we have on our list, or how does one get on that list to be notified?
Sir, you can certainly send it to me. I am fairly new in my position, so the list was made before I came on. Okay. I believe it contains most of the nonprofits in town, if not all of them.
Okay.
If I could add to that as well, the department has been responsible for this program for maybe 4 years at this point. Prior to that, it was in the town manager's department. We did compile a listing of nonprofits that had demonstrated interest. They will contact us through the year, and they are added to this list. We developed a flyer that we try to disseminate, and we try to give them a heads up regarding the deadlines annually. There is a link that the state has that describes the program. We're often providing that link to interested parties as well.
Is it possible, maybe moving forward, to utilize our town page and really kind of put this out here to generate other agencies that maybe don't take advantage of this, to maybe bring some new ones in? Is it possible you could send us a list of the agencies that are on that are currently on the mailing list? I'm just curious to see who's receiving this. Is that possible?
Yeah, I certainly can. And also, in addition to doing the mailing list and the emails this year, we did put it on Facebook.
And so this is available to folks in the city and the town?
Yes.
And the 4 recipients are all city this time, correct? City businesses?
It's Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. So I just, I just was curious of, so and the max amount of applicants that we're allowed to grant is for?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
I don't believe that there is a maximum.
Okay.
And we have had in past years applicants that are in the town and not in the city.
Okay.
So I think we've had representation across Groton as a whole.
Right. So we're allowed to award up to a certain dollar amount and we can disperse it through a number of agencies, or is there a set number of agencies that we can allocate the funds to?
I don't believe there's a set number of agencies. There is a dollar amount per agency.
Okay. And so how do we decide then the monies to be able to disperse them into only 4, not into maybe 6 agencies? When does that come before the council, or is that something done internal, or when would we start to know more of that?
If I got 6 applications, I would bring them, but I have 4. So
only 4 people applied.
Correct.
Okay. So everyone that applied got it. And then how many are on the dispersion list to be notified that this grant is available?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, I just like to see that list. I just think it would be nice. I mean, putting it in the newspaper, you know what I mean? New agencies come on board later in the year. I think it would be great to, I would like to see the list and also see how we can expand it and really just get a little bit more paper out there on it, and on the Facebook page, and just more out there to generate different people that may not know about it. Thank you. I think it's a great opportunity. I just would like to see some more background on it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Councillor Heed, did you want to just make your quick statement that you noted?
Oh, you mean in the chat? Oh, I just noted that the Odd Fellows is in the town, actually. Not
Thank you. All right, so Councillor Zepari, please.
I just want to disclose that I'm on the advisory board for the Sacred Heart School. I don't think that interferes with my judgment here, but I wanted to disclose that to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Zepari. We have Councillor Baumgardner, and then I thought there was another hand too. Councillor Baumgardner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I definitely understand Councillor Bordelon's concerns that, don't want to disparage the work of, our community development staff, and, very much appreciate your due diligence informing all of the nonprofits about these opportunities, for the Neighborhood Assistance Act. I did request from the town manager, and thank you for providing the information in a timely fashion. For the last 5 years, from 2017 through 2021, the funds that were awarded to nonprofits within Groton, and in 2017, the ARC received about a little less than $28,000. In 2018, Bill Memorial Library received $63,600. And then in 2019, you start seeing more nonprofits awarded these funds, with the Town of Groton Parks and Rec receiving about $58,400, Sacred Heart receiving the max of $150,000, Riverfront Children's Center receiving $36,000, Eastern Connecticut Housing Opportunities receiving just under $150,000, and in 2020, Bill Memorial Library received just under $20,000. Sacred Heart received $130,800. Housing Authority for the Town of Groton received $150,000. Oddfellow Homes received $93,700. Avery Cobb House Museum received $62,400. Mystic River Homes received $149,500. And then 2021, this year, we have Sacred Heart receiving $120,867. Oddfellow Homes receiving $117,590. Avery Cobb Museum receiving $19,600. And then Riverfront Children's Center receiving $56,116. So obviously all nonprofits, organizations that do yeoman's work here in our community, and offering, a range of services to our residents and to our region, However, it seems like there's a recurring trend where the same nonprofits are awarded funds. So my question is, in the future, again, what can we do to be maybe more proactive about ensuring that all nonprofits that maybe have not even applied at all can do so, because it's just, again, a recurrent theme that the same nonprofits are awarded these funds.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'd be happy to work with council on methods to get the word out more widely. Like I said, I'm fairly new in this position. I'm happy to engage in new policies and procedures like that.
Thank you.
Ms. Harkin.
Councilor Aubrey returned at 7:30, so we are back to 9 councilors. Councilor Parker, I thought I had seen your hand go up, but I don't see it now.
No, Counselor, he already said something.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon has her hand up, but are there any first-time speakers before we go to second time? Councilor Bordelon.
Thanks. Once again, it's no disrespect to you as you're new in the position. I can't expect you to flip tables and start, but it's definitely important. I think Councilor Baumgardner, threw the numbers out there. I just would like to think from my standpoint as a community person, I know when we start to get to the budget, we start to look at those outside agency numbers, and sometimes they're underfunded, like the rape crisis and different things like that, other nonprofit organizations. And I can just think of a whole bunch, not to say that any of these are any less valued, but I know that we also have, due to the pandemic, we have an increase in alcoholism and drug addiction right now. And we do not have a shelter. Well, I shouldn't say that because we actually do. I stand on a board for group homes. There is a youth shelter in Noank, but we do not have a lot of services, and we rely on the other towns for our services if people become homeless in our own town. And I know that drug addiction, alcoholism, addiction as a whole right now is a major problem. And I just would like to see that maybe brought to light on some of these nonprofits. I can't imagine if they knew about them that they wouldn't apply is my question. I just don't usually see that as a problem. I also see things like we also have, it used to be called the Noank Baptist Group Homes, which is now Noank Community Support Services, which services adolescent girls with disabilities and foster homes from the state of Connecticut in our community. And I just wonder if they know about this. So I would love for you to reach out to me and send the contact, because I would love to spread some of my own networking to people to send them in the direction of this. So I think there's a broader audience that we could start to tap. So thank you.
I think Tabitha had already mentioned that we are definitely interested in building our list. I just want to be clear about the parameters of the program. It's not for operating. It's not to be confused with assisting nonprofits with their primary mission per se. The request for council action described how the program operates. Basically 100% of the funds would go towards energy conservation. The other 60% for other certain programs. So more or less, it has to be a project. And at the time of submittal, there are time constraints on when that project will be completed. So that could be why some nonprofits have not necessarily pursued it. Nonetheless, as I said, we're interested in reaching out to as many as we can, but they have to have a real tangible project ready to go. Otherwise, the state cannot match with the corporate entity that will provide the cash for the construction.
Great, thank you for that.
Excuse me, Reese.
Yes.
I apologize. I'm having a terrible time with my computer for some reason tonight. But the Neighborhood Assistance Act, wasn't that more for construction? I'm pretty sure that program has been used a great deal in the Fort Hill Homes area.
Yeah,
And,
for things like energy efficiency, like Paige mentioned.
Right. And there's also income limitations on the people that can use it, if I remember correctly. Because I tried very hard to help somebody get a roof, and we could never get the roof because they made just a little bit too much money, and yet they couldn't afford to put a roof on. So I think it's more for projects. And when you mentioned the rape outreach clinic, that really wouldn't fall into it unless they were building something.
Right, that's what I mean.
So I think it's kind of getting mixed up a little bit with what the purpose of it is for. I came in at the tail end of it, so if I've said something incorrectly, I apologize for that.
No, you're fine. You're right on target here. We were just having this conversation. Let me see. We have, I'm looking to see if we have other counselors who wish to speak for the first time. We've had our 2 times on this particular item. Okay, we will vote on 2021-177 Neighborhood Assistance Act. All those in favor, please say aye.
I had my hand up.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Borderline. I'm going to abstain actually right now.
Any other abstentions? So there were 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Councilor Bordelon.
Point of clarification. I was just wanting, I had my hand raised. I am aware that it's infrastructure and energy stuff. I was just saying that there's a lot of agencies that because of COVID need structural support as well and expansions and things. So I'm aware of that it's not for operation cost. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to 2021-187 Mystic Coastal Access Wayfinding Signage. And this jumped to page 107 in your packet because we had all the applications for the entities that were applying for the grants. And I have to see, let's see. This will be Councilor Melendez, I believe. And this is 107, Councilor Melendez, but let me just take a quick look. The motion continues on to page 108. So it begins on 107 and continues on to 108, Councilor Melendez.
Okay. I make a motion to recommend a resolution to authorize the town manager to accept the deep allocation, sign any required documents to receive said state allocation, and to authorize a $40,000 capital reserve fund appropriation for a new FYE 2021 Planning and Economic Development Project for Mystic Coastal Access Wayfinding Signage and refer the matter to the RTM. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Melendez and seconded by Heed. And I'm assuming Mr. Reiner is here for this item.
Yes, I am. Normally, Deb, yes, I'm here. John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development Services. Unfortunately, Deb Jones is at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting right now, so she couldn't assist me on this item tonight. But so very quickly, I think a number of council members know we've been talking about signage and better signage along the Mystic River Coastal Access Way and kind of connecting up that trail. About a year and a half ago, we had brought hold on a second here. All right. We had brought a plan that we'd worked on with Kenton Frost to the council and had reviewed that. Also during that time, we had been in communications with DEEP, and they've offered to grant to the town, basically just through a funding allocation, $15,000 towards this project, if we will also allocate some funding towards this. So we're asking the council tonight to put some money towards this project. And the way that it would work is we would allocate $40,000 and then get a $15,000 reimbursement from that project from the state. I should also mention that after we brought that coastal access wayfinding master plan to the council asked staff to do a little bit of public outreach on the signage designs. And then this strange thing called COVID happened, and that kind of stalled up our public outreach. So we're actually working with Kenton Frost right now and looking at how we can kick off some of that outreach to get a little bit of input from our businesses, from the chamber and others in the region dealing with that signage.
So thank you, Mr. Reiner. I just wanted to officially thank Mr. Reiner and Ms. Jones and Mr. Burt for agreeing to my idea to have the coastal access meeting where we all got together and we walked, and you took a beautiful Sunday, the three of you, and it was very enlightening for all of us. I think it was very beneficial for you to show us what exists, for you to show us the areas and what the potential is. And I think it helps us to have a better vision of where we should be going and the things we can do and how we're constrained. So thank you very much. We appreciated your time on behalf of the whole council. Appreciate you. So this then will be $55,000 that we would have if we approve this.
40.
We're putting in 40. The state will give us 15.
Will give us 15 back. So we'll, in all actuality, we would be putting 25 in.
Okay.
And the state would be putting 15 in, so it would be 40. But in working with Cindy Landry, our finance director, she had recommended the way we kind of structure it is initially it's 40, but then we would be getting a $15,000 reimbursement. So it would really only be.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. And then just if you can refresh the council's memory on this, this is definitely not the entire project. This would be an initial phase. So could you briefly describe what the initial phase might include, please?
Sure. So actually, I think we come back to the council and talk about what the initial phase would be in a little bit more detail, because we don't have exact costs on what each of the sign components would be, but this would certainly not include the entire implementation of that Mystic Coastal Access Wayfinding plan. I think we could approach it in a couple of ways. As we walked out on the through that area on Saturday morning, I think we definitely saw some areas where there is a long stretch of connectivity. I think it would probably make sense for us to focus on that area. But again, we want to work with the council and get some of your input on what are some of the signs where we'll get the most kind of benefit from each one being there. And also, are there some lower cost options that can really show for a longer distance or a larger area where that coastal access walkway goes through?
So we will have another bite at the apple, if you will. This is just an initial funding, and then you're going to be back and we'll have a chance to make more decisions about where you're going to go, what it's going to look like, that sort of thing.
That's our intention, yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilor Opry.
Yes. When you're looking into this, are you going to look into ground painted signs versus as well as signs that are attached?
Yes, some of the recommendations were actually painting on some of the posts or the big pressure treated posts along the sides of some of the walkways, trying to put something on the ground to actually create a line that people would follow through some of these walkways, as well as some larger paintings or other items that could be placed on the ground for people to see. So we're actually looking at a number of different options so that it can be interpretive and recognizable by people.
Okay. Should have a contest. Get yourself a logo over there, maybe a seagull.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. Thanks for the walk on Sunday. I know I had asked, was there any chance certain areas need benches? Is that still going to be looked at? Is that part of the signage at all, or can it be used? I know that was something that was going to be looked into.
I think benches are something that would be a different project. This is about signage and identifying the areas.
Great. And then the other thing, since we have a signage issue, they seem to kind of disappear from what everyone says. There was a sign here that's gone. I know that if you put it on the ground, then it would be on the paint. But I guess, is there a plan to maybe what's being done is not working because they're constantly being taken or removed or however they're disappearing. How, with this amount of money, like what are we going to do differently to kind of keep the signage in place?
I think we're going to be, the types of signs are going to be bigger, a little bit more sturdy. There's going to be multiple types of signs. So whether it's painting on the ground, painting on poles, as well as actual signs that are going to be, we'll end up speccing those out a little bit with Public Works and our consultant on the exact design, but they're not going to be so easily movable that you could do it with a ratchet.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Burt wanted to.
I just want to add on to what John was saying. And if we do the pole markings as well as the ground, it's a little bit less, it kind of diminishes the want to remove the signs because it's already marked 2 other ways. So I don't see as big a need to, if you remove one sign, you have 2 other ways to identify it. There's not as much gain by removing it.
Great. No, I think it's great to market. I just thinking, down the road, there will be some maintenance to keeping the paint and the things like that. It doesn't last forever. So in a tough budget year or under a different group might not decide to repaint it, and so the signage would become important. And if we're already having a problem with sign removal, I just think when we allocate funds to it, that we have a plan of action to make sure that they're going to be, or else it's just $25,000 that we just allowed to be ratcheted off and taken away. So I think that's great that there will be a different plan to move forward with that. Thank you.
Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm just wondering about the extent of our right of way. Do we have the right to place our signage on the poles, which are the property of the landholder? Does that go along with the right of way, or are we presuming that we have that right?
So before we install any signage, we are going to be reviewing the easements for each of these. But in looking through the site plans and the rights that we do have the right to sign these areas. Obviously, it's going to be a discussion with each and every property owner when we go and do this, because we don't want to start putting new signs up on people's property without them acknowledging that. But that's something we recognize we have to work on.
I would think that the other thing I would be concerned about is that signs on dock pylons can interfere with the owner's use of those pylons, because lines have to slip easily over the top of the pylons to secure boats. But in any case, I would be concerned about disgruntled property owners saying, hey, you can't put your sign on my posts. The other thing is, I would say that we did a study on Saturday. We did a study all walking over that about that area, and nobody got even $1,000. $40,000 to not even get it done seems high. I'd like to see us get the signs and put them in the appropriate places without an extraordinary expenditure. Thank you.
Councilor Baumgartner.
I'll be brief. Now, I was reviewing the CIPs. I understand that the 40,000 will not cover the total cost for all of the signage. What is the anticipated or projected cost to replace, or I shouldn't say replace, but to install all the new signs, all of the new signage at along the Mystic Coastal Access Way?
We don't have an exact price on it. In the last year, material costs for a lot of things have gone up quite a bit. But I think initially we were looking that it was going to be fully signing the area and doing some interpretive signs. I think the original cost that our consultant was thinking was going to be somewhere in the ballpark of $100,000 or north of that. But I'd want to get back to you on that. I think we need to bid out some of this kind of first phase of the project. And then also that'll give us an indication, again, before we locate and purchase any signs, we are going to be working with the council on that item.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we will vote on 2021-187, Mr. Coastal Access Wayfinding Signage. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously with 9 councilors. Thank you. Next item is 5E, 2021-141-1, discussion of possible land acquisition, the Wolfbrook property. This is page 109 in your packet. And Mr. Reiner, I believe, is staying with us to provide an overview. I believe, Mr. Byrd, is that how you wanted to do this evening?
Yes, if John has something to share.
Thank you.
Yeah, so again, good evening, John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development Services. And just to kind of give a very brief overview, but really, I think a lot of what I'd like to discuss with the town council tonight, we do need to do that in executive session because it really gets into the negotiation of acquisition of land. So we have been looking into some other grant options and some partners in funding. So I do have some items to report on that with the council.
Very good. So Mr. Byrd has prepared a motion for executive session. So 2021-141, discussion of possible land acquisition. I hereby move that the members of the town council, town manager John Burt, planning director John Reiner, and assistant planning director, I don't believe Ms. Jones. Oh, Ms. Jones is here. Hello, thank you for joining us. And assistant planning director Jeb Jones go into executive session pursuant to general statute section 1206D, discussion of the selection of a site or the lease, sale, or purchase of real estate by the state or a political subdivision of the state when publicity regarding such site, lease, sale, purchase, or construction would adversely impact the price of such site, lease, sale, purchase, or construction until such time as all of the property has been acquired or all proceedings of transactions concerning same have been terminated or abandoned, with said discussion being related to the potential purchase of the Wolfbrook property. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Granatowski, seconded by Aubrey. All those in favor of going into executive session for the purposes discussed, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so we are into executive session and it is 7:53. Are you
Okay.
set? Mr. Byrd, should we go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, it is now 9:04. We are out of the executive session dealing with the possible land acquisition, and we are on to item 5F, which is 2021-206 Data Center Host Municipality Fee Agreement. And this was on page 113 in your packet. And we are going to have our town attorney, Eric Callahan, provide a brief intro for the public, and then we will need to be in executive session again. So I believe Mr. Callahan, did you move him over, Mr.
He's not back on. I'm not seeing him back on yet.
Hold on, let's see. All right. I don't see him here either.
We didn't have Joe do it.
He's
Just
not
a
attendee
quick
list.
question while we're waiting for him. Do we need to wait? Do we make the motion before we go in executive session, or do we wait till after?
Make what motion?
You would wait till after. You'll just do a motion to go into executive session once Eric's done.
Okay, all right. Thanks. I thought so. Just wanted to make sure.
Are you trying to reach him, Mr. Burt? Because he's not in our list.
He'll be on in just a second.
Thank you.
I'll move it. I'll promote him as soon as he's in.
Thank you.
Might I mention something while we're waiting?
Certainly.
Portia, I just wanted to clarify that I was going to tell you, you were right, that you could speak again. We just had to have enough councilors agree. So I wasn't disagreeing with you. I just didn't get a chance to say that.
Okay.
Oh, he's on a phone, so he'll be remaining as a attendee.
Very
You know,
good.
the Yukon girls are playing right now.
So Mr. Mr. Callahan, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So I had just introduced the item. It's 2021-206 Data Center Host Municipality Fee Agreement. And Mr. Burt has told us that you'll give a brief overview for the public that might be watching at home.
Yes. So earlier this month, our legislature passed Public Act 21-1, which is also known as House Bill 6514. The act is effective as of July 1, 2021, and it incentivizes the development and construction and operation of qualified data centers in Connecticut. A qualified data center is a facility that is developed, acquired, constructed, rehabilitated, renovated, repaired, or operated to house a group of networked computer servers in one physical location or multiple contiguous locations to centralize the storage, management, and dissemination of data and information pertaining to a particular business, classification, or body of knowledge. And they can be located on one or more contiguous parcels of land and would include the land, the structures on the land, and any personal property located thereon. What the bill does is it authorizes the DECD to enter into agreements with applicants of qualified data centers to exempt them from both municipal property taxes and state sales taxes if certain requirements are met. And one of the most significant requirements is that the applicant of the qualified data center has to make a qualified investment in the facility. If it's located in a federal opportunity zone or an enterprise zone, the minimum investment is $50 million. if it's located outside of an opportunity zone or an enterprise zone, the minimum investment is $200 million. Unless they want an agreement for 30 years, which would be a $400 million minimum investment. So if there's less than a $400 million qualified investment, the term of these agreements as permitted by the DECD would be 20 years. And if it's 400 million, it would be 30 years. And the act requires the applicant to enter into a host municipality fee agreement with the town in which the projects are located. And those agreements are negotiated between the town and the applicant that would specify the fee that would be paid to the town, essentially in lieu of the taxes. The act doesn't provide a formula or anything that specifies how the fee is supposed to be set. And that's a brief overview of the act.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Mr. Burt, did you want to state anything else before I move to enter executive session?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good, nothing.
Okay, thank you. So regarding 2021-206, I hereby move that the members of the Town Council, Town Manager John Burt, Planning Director John Reiner, Assistant Planning Director Deb Jones, Economic Development Manager Paige Bronk, and Attorney Eric Callahan go into executive session pursuant to General Statute Section 206E, discussion of any matter which would result in the disclosure of public records or the information contained therein described in subsection B of Section 1-210 for the purpose of discussing a matter which would result in the disclosure of public records or the information contained therein described, that being an attorney-client communication involving a host municipality fee agreement. I so move.
Second, Heed.
Moved by Granatowski and seconded by Heed. All those in favor of entering executive session as per the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously. So we are in executive session for item 2021-206 at 9:11 p.m. And we just need to give GMTV and Mr. Burt a minute to take care of the streaming, please. Two, the council is out of executive session for item 2021-206, data center host municipality fee agreement. And because it is past 10 o'clock, I'm just looking for consensus to move forward. Is there consensus to move forward with this item?
So
I see no objection. Thank you. Councilor Melendez, do you have a motion you'd like to make, sir?
Yes. I make a motion to recommend a resolution approving the Groton host municipality fee agreement, subject to satisfactory review by the council at the March 30th Committee of the Whole meeting. I so move.
Gardner.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Franco. And we have that in writing somewhere, Mr. Burt, I assume, correct?
Yeah, I've got it written down.
Thank you very much. Seeing no discussion, we will vote on the motion as read by Councilor Melendez. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'm going to abstain.
Councilor Bordelon is abstaining, so 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention, Bordelon. Very good. And that is it for the agenda.
Motion to adjourn.
Moved by Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Zepari. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed?
Any abstentions? 8 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. We are adjourned at 10:54 p.m. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Reiner, Mr. Bronk, Mr. Callahan. I appreciate it. Have a good night, everybody. Be safe.